All right, we'll do it again. Hey, everybody. Just kidding. Psych, as we used to say when I was a kid. We're not going to put the song on loop. I am here now to truly welcome you to Friday Night Fights. Welcome, everybody. I am David Pruess. I am one of the three senseis here, and I will be narrating the fights for you tonight. And in advance, we salute all the brave fighters who have come here tonight to test their mettle. Drit has supplied the links just now. Everybody get in there if you are looking for a real battle. Games will start in 15 minutes. Dritman, I hope you're happy with your move. Hope it goes well for you. It's set up as a 24-hour classical arena, but truly the point is to play one game. The point is to play one single game, to monotask and fight your heart out, and then later revisit the commentary to learn an extra something from it. It's been a few months already. Oh, wow, cool. Well, change can be cool, right? I found that whether the change is good or bad, just change itself, wakes us up, makes us live more. So, the links for tonight are not under play; they are under fight. Those links that just came up are for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, there will be a rapid tournament, which I will comment. Let me show another cool way to find... Whoops, no, not there. Chess.com clubs, not Chess Dojo clubs. Chess.com... You go to the little friendly icon there, click on clubs, click on Chess Dojo, and here you can see upcoming events. So you can then click directly from there and find the tournaments like that. Military martial arts. Good thing we're fighting you over the internet, yes? I couldn't fight one of my little kids right now. I'm so sore. All right. Anybody play any chess this week already? Anybody here been to a chess club or something of that sort? Ta-ding! The constant ding-a-ling-ling of the phone telling me that on my calendar I have a stream to do. Yes, well, I think I knew that. New Jersey Open tomorrow. Nice. Sounds fun. Oh, I guess they've got a lot of state championships this weekend, I think. Right? Labor Day weekend is sort of a traditional weekend in the United States for states to have their state championships. Probably the Northern California Championship is this weekend, but I'm unfortunately not going. Let's see. Regular open tournament list. Cal Chess. State championships. Oh, not only is it this weekend, it starts right now. Are you now far from this opera forevermore? Do you work the soil there? What do you mean no watching, Diresh? You can watch the games. You're not obligated to play. What's happening with my computer? Woo, computer. You are a good player and no watching on your stream. Oh, you mean nobody's watching the stream, Diresh? That's true. There are not many people watching right now. Hopefully they'll trickle in over the course of the stream. Let's see. We got about 12 minutes till games kick off. $1,600 plus classical arena now has 6 players in it. Ooh, that's good news. That's good news. All right. The fighters are coming through. The fighters are coming through. I haven't really had any games this week myself. It's been a little while. It's been a little while since I had a good fight. I would love to participate in Friday night fights myself, but it's very important to have a commentator too for the whole streaming aspect of it. So we'll see. Maybe some week Jesse or Kostya will want to stream it, and then I will get in and play it. How can you grow up in chess? You've got a classical tournament in 6 days. Opponents are FIDE rated, you're not. Well, by playing in the tournament, that's the first step, Diresh. The first step is just to play the tournament. You'll get a FIDE rating. And even more than a FIDE rating, from your games, you'll see a little bit where you stand against the other players. And that'll help you to figure out what to work on. Beyond that, I can recommend to you the Dojo training program is very good. If you're really serious and you want to study a lot, then a lot of people don't know what to study, right? They don't know in what direction to go. So then I recommend to you this, ChessDojo.club. This is our training program. It's quite good. I don't know if I can send the link, but I will try. Over there. All right, Chess Unique is asking, how old was I when I first consistently started playing chess? I started playing in tournaments right around my 12th birthday. And I immediately played consistently. As soon as I found out that there were chess tournaments and chess clubs, that first night, I just went back every single moment. FIDE ratings update every time somebody plays games. But if you're wondering, about the change to FIDE ratings, that came into effect like March 1st or so, I think. Or even January 1st. It came into effect earlier this year. It's been in effect for a while. We are seriously doing Friday night fights, Boondock Striker. Everything is serious. Everything is serious. No, Diresh, it's not free. It costs us time, money, and effort to put it together, so it has a cost. You can make a free account and check out quite a bit of it. You can also just hang out in our channels and you'll see a lot of free content, and you'll be able to figure out the main components of the training plan just by watching the streams, because we show it all on our stream. Yeah, again, if you know you need to study and you're not motivated enough, then yeah, you should work on the motivation, I guess. Hey Popsy! Ça va? Tu veux regarder les batailles? Tu viens voir les batailles? What? Even the puppy wants to see the fights. Yes. Yeah, we got a Saturday tournament tomorrow morning as well, Boondock. This is the second week that we're doing fights in the weekend tournament. Again, after a hiatus. So, yeah. Let's see, does the under 1600 have enough participants? The under 1600 needs another player. Yeah. So is there anybody under 1600 who can join the tournament to make sure that people get a game going? Here's the link. Hey, Far Eastern! The tournament's going to start in 7 minutes. And by the way, the under 1600 arena is 45 minutes plus 30, which is considered classical for the purposes of the Dojo training program. It's basically by rating. Lower rated players can play somewhat faster games if they want to. It's a minimum. They can play somewhat faster games if they want to and still improve. The better a player gets, the more they need to play more serious games in order to be able to improve by playing and studying them. In other words, if you already have an 1800 level of skill and you play a game that you think for 15 to 20 minutes about, you're not going to get deep enough into the game to have a lot of interesting content that you can learn from afterwards when you review the game, right? So that's why the higher rated the player, the more we force them to play, the more we suggest and recommend to them, because we don't actually force you to do anything. A little misconception, but easy to have misconceptions when I misspeak. But anyway, our suggestion is that stronger players have to play slower games in order to get deep enough into the game to have mistakes and exchanges and interchanges in the game that are at their level to be able to learn from. Play one game, Far Eastern. Friday Night Fights is one game if you want it to be. It's designed to be one game. We set it up as a 24-hour arena, folks, so that people who are asleep right now could get up tomorrow morning and play a game. So this is something that they've been doing for a couple months on Lee Chess, I think, was running these 24-hour arenas. It's just a place where people can go to get a game. I'm going to do commentary only for the first 4 hours here. Okay. And Far Eastern, you can definitely get a game done in 3 hours. So the point of the 24 hours is so anyone can find the time to play a game. It's not so someone can play 10 games. Yeah. All right. Perfect, just perfect. All right, so the under 1600s, they still need one more player or their arena will get canceled by chess.com, I'm afraid. So, just not trying to force anybody. Oh, there we go. We got our fourth. They're good. They will at least all get a game. Fantastic. Super. Supremo. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could go to bed. It's great to sleep. If you're still going to be up for half an hour, you could watch for half an hour and then go to sleep and play when you get up. Let me check over here. The 1600 pluses look like they've still got enough players. If you're in the 1600 plus, folks, oh, that's great news, Fisher said. If you're in the 1600 plus, folks, your first games and first pairings should be automatically done by the system in 1 minute and 20 seconds, it's showing me. So just in general, be prepared, as that stupid mean lion uncle sings. I can pin that, just having fun? Whoa, let me see. Oh my god, I think I did it. I think. All right, thank you, Boondock Striker. Fisher Seb, I'm glad that you got a happy ending after such a nice thing you did last week to join the arena. Doses Dose, there was one moment last week where chess.com disconnected all the games. And then afterwards, things reconnected and people were able to start new games and also play games. But all the games that were happening at that moment were canceled. They could not be finished, and I think they rated all of them as if they were draws. Maybe I'm not getting that exactly right, but I think they rated all the games as if they were draws, regardless of who was, winning, losing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right, and for those of you in the under 1600, I think your games will be paired in 2 minutes from now. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. The other thing about the arena is you don't have to be in the arena right when it starts to play. Anyone can join later on, as long as there's enough people at the very start to get that arena going. The tournament tomorrow starts at 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Central European. All right. Let me see if I can see the first games in the 1600 plus arena. We've got a game here. We've got Kuru here, playing the Dojo aggressive repertoire against Where is the Bread. All right, super. So that one kicked off without any trouble. And under 1600, folks, be ready. 1 minute till pairings. Okay, so here we go. Dojo aggressive repertoire. Bishop b4 is a good theoretical move for black here. The point of the move is black anticipates from the way white's playing, setting up this pawn chain, that white wants to try and play the aggressive f4. Otherwise, knight f3 is a really good move that pressures black's center. White's been holding off on knight f3, right? So black reads white's moves, says white's trying to clamp down on d5 and then play f4 for a central advantage. And this move, bishop b4, is very clever. By taking out this knight, you're going to be able to play d5 for black and counter f4 with d5 in the center. Even before f4 comes down, black's ready to counter it. So white plays knight e2 with the idea of bishop takes, knight takes, regaining control over d5. And here black has to play d5 immediately, I think, but they don't. I think this is the move where you can play d5, Pawn takes, knight takes. White can't take yet because it's still attacked like this, and then white normally castles. And now your knight's hanging, and now you have to give up something. I think now normally maybe they give up the bishop pair to keep the knight in the center. Something like that. Okay, but black's playing a different move. They play d6 here, just strengthening the pawn chain. But to my mind, this bishop is now not pointless. The bishop has lost its main point, right, of getting control over d5. White would be happy to pocket the bishop pair or to ignore that bishop. And white should be able to just castle and or play f4 and get the advantage out of this opening, in my opinion. White castled, and black's thinking. And I think now it's kind of inevitable for black that f4 is going to come with an advantage for white. Now, I'm a lifelong King's Gambit player, so I've got my own, biases and positions that I'm comfortable with, structural situations I like and goals. But to me, oh, Chess Weeb, thank you. That's very nice. Finally, a good chess stream. It's very kind. Good morning, Neetham. Good morning to you. To my mind, f4 for free in this structure just means that white's rook is going to be better placed than its opposing rook. And to me, it's just definitely a pleasant position for white. Oh, knight a5 is an idea too, Dripman. Yeah, knight a5 to get the bishop pair. But compared to bishop b4, knight a5 doesn't fundamentally challenge what white wants to do, maybe. Well, I guess maybe it does, because if you're going to take on c4, d takes c4, white won't want to play f4, right? Yeah, the knight a5 line can be done too, for sure. But this bishop b4 straight into d5 is a very, very clean, logical approach, right? You just get your central break, then you don't have to worry about f4 in the same way. I did not. Fisher said, do you want to be the one to tell us about the new Fair Play browser? And also, the other arena should have started, so let me go over here and just check the first pairings over in the under 1600 arena. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people who were there at start time, and they've all got games going. So let's click on it now. And as I'm calling these up, Dose is asking a cool question over on Twitch, saying, I play the Italian and I want to change it up a bit. Would you recommend trying the Vienna, or should I stick with the Italian until I improve more? If you've been playing the Italian for more than 6 months and you feel like you've learned something about it, like you feel like you've made some progress with the opening, then I would generally recommend that you switch it up in order to learn a little bit more about the breadth and different possibilities that are out there in chess. And Vienna or this bishop's opening that we were seeing on the other board a moment ago are both good options. Yeah, part of the point of it is that for a lot of people it'll be fun or inspiring to try some different things. You'll have some revelations by trying out some different openings. You feel fresher. Just like what we were saying, right, about Dripman moving to Brooklyn or me spending a year in France, right? It just, yeah, you could play the Italian your entire life and you would never feel like you'd exhausted it and learned everything about it, right? I could spend my whole life where I live and there'd always be something new to learn here. But when I went somewhere else, it was electrifying, you know? All right. Here we've got Pokey Manic Castro against, I think, Alyssa Mint Chip, if I remember correctly. Alyssa Mint Chip, yeah. who played last week. And Mushin played last week as well and is in battle with Obi-Wan Kenobi. How predictable is someone's chess style? Neetham, you're asking without seeing any of their chess games, can you tell from somebody's off-the-board personality what their on-the-board personality will be like? Yeah, you could definitely try the Dojo one, right? As I was saying, among the games that we were watching, there was, I think, Kuru playing the Dojo aggressive repertoire against Where's the Bread, right? And this opening here will be relatively easy for an Italian player to learn, right? It's not a big stretch for you. The Vienna might be a slightly bigger stretch, but any of these are fine. It's reasonable, right? To just play something. They're all, yeah, they all have their own stuff, and it'll be fun for you to try. If you are rated 650, I don't think the woodpecker method is for you, Daresh. And I would definitely recommend our training program, as I said earlier. I mean, it's the best thing I know. But it's kind of like by definition, right, Daresh? Like, the training program that we have is the best training program that I know of at the moment. That's why we have it the way we have it. To get another opinion on it, you'd have to ask some other people who've tried it or something, right? What they think. But it certainly beats reading a book that's aimed at players 1,000 points higher than you, or just doing a random mishmash of stuff. It's got to beat that. So now Black's playing knight a5. Idea like what Drittman used to play going after the bishop. Kuru plays a3, which says that against knight c4, White's going to play a takes b4. And if the bishop retreats, of course, White's bishop retreats. So I think that Where's the Bread is going to be more or less forced. I mean, this is, a 1900 level game. 1900 level forced to play bishop takes c3, knight takes c3, and then knight takes c4. Which will lead to an opposite colored bishop position, not a bishop pair for either side. I think this is a reasonable choice by Kuru. It's a very complicated evaluation question, right? Whether this leads to a good position or not. My guess is that it does lead to a slightly good position for White. Yeah, there would be other title players who might have a training program of theirs that they think is better than ours, for sure. Yeah. But frankly, I don't even know of many people who have a training plan that's supposed to work for all kinds of players, or basically all players, the way ours has, a plan for every 100 rating points. I don't know of anything like it, actually. I don't know a direct competitor of any kind. Of course, a private coach who puts in the effort could create a training program really well crafted for one player. But from what I understand, a lot of private coaches don't do that. They just sort of teach you something for an hour and then teach you something else an hour later. They don't give you like a full training program. I mean, that's what I always tried to do when I taught more, but Oh, you found one that other people had Sergeant Major? Interesting. Yeah, any training program will suck if you join it and then don't do the work in it, as Fisher Seb points out. Anyone who wants to improve is going to have to be willing to do some hard work. No real way around it. I mean, if somebody's rated 100, right? They're completely beginner. They could make some progress without doing hard work, right? Play a few games, talk to a few players, gain a few ideas. But you know, as we move up the ranks, yeah, we have to do harder and harder work to progress. Dose's Dose says that the dojo is amazing. They are old and gained 130 rating points despite being old. So there you've got one user's take. All right, where's the bread? Thinking a long time, like a 1900 does. And what they're doing here is a small amount of calculation, but I think mostly it's an evaluation question, right? Like, how good or bad is this position? Leaving pieces on the board, how good is it to trade and have this recapture versus trade here? Diresh, you want to know how many hours it takes to complete the 650 training program? Let's bring it up for a second. So if you're in the 600 to 700 cohort, there are a total of 127 points to be earned. Points are generally earned at different rates in different cohorts, but you earn points for completing tasks. When you've completed all the tasks, you have 127 points and you're done with all the work. I would guess that this amounts to, games and analysis, play 20 classical games. At this level, they're 30 plus 0. Yeah. So I would guess that you should be able to earn a point every 45 to 60 minutes. So this should take between 90 and 120 hours to do everything in this training program. Okay. A3 takes knight b6. All right, so white gets the A file and then presses again over on the king side with f4, trying to get both rooks developed before black. And you see Kuru playing these follow-up moves very quickly. The only move they really thought a long time about was A3, which is exactly correct time usage for a 1900 to play all the other moves confidently, make a really tough positional judgment here, and then just follow it up with what you were planning to do. So that's good time usage there. The other thing to know, Diresh, is that to make it from 650 to 700, let's say, you're already halfway to 700, right? And halfway to the next level. You probably don't have to do all 120 points worth of tasks to make it to the next group. You might make it there in half that time, right? We've created a list of tasks that is supposed to be designed so that 95% of people who do all those tasks would be able to gain 100 rating points. So if you were rated 601 and we had 100 people rated 601 and they all did every single task there, we would expect that 95 out of them would have passed 700 by the time they finished. But some of them would have would have passed 700 after doing 20 or 30 points of the task, and other people after 60, right? Because people have different levels of talent and other stuff you come in with other than your rating, knowledge and skills and opportunities and so forth. So for you already being at 650 on average, I would expect you could make it by doing half of that training program. And so, yeah, we're talking more like 45 to 60 hours of work for you probably. And much of that work is just playing games, by the way, Diresh, as you'll see. A huge chunk of that work is playing games. Yeah, so basically 1 point is approximately equivalent to playing one classical game. So somebody in like a 2,000 plus cohort, one classical game they play is expected to take 4 to 5 hours. So in general, we've weighted their work so that for every 4 or 5 hours they do, they get 1 dojo point. It's less than... It's harder and harder, and you need more and more points, but it also takes longer to earn them at the higher cohorts, So black takes. To me, it's clear that white's position is preferable just off the rooks, right? Just very, very pleasant. Abdul thinks black is lost, which is a very extreme statement when we're this early in a game, right? And materials equal. But 2 rooks that are better placed, a better pawn in the center. That's already a couple factors. Right? So white's... It seems nobody in chat disagrees with me that white is better. Nobody seems to disagree. And in fact, we've got like 2 people saying that white might be winning. Very early. One of the worst things that could happen to black would be this bishop making its way to g5, because black lacks the bishop on e7. So bishop f4 to g5 would be devastating. Black would have real trouble holding their structure on the king side. If white plays bishop f4, I would think h6 is like an obvious move for black to stop bishop g5. So I think. Oh, Dripman thinks maybe white should have played bishop g5 without f4 because of how useful h6 is. But Dripman, if we played bishop g5 immediately, black could have played h6, conceivably, right? And now you basically, if you give up the bishop, then black's just fine, period, right? If you go back to h4, I think black can play g5 and clamp the f4 move. And this should be a major improvement for black, like a reasonably solid attempt to hold it together. And maybe even bishop e6 is wrong. Maybe immediately you want to go here, clamping this even more and preparing to plop the knight here. But my feeling is black's fine, and they're probably going to castle kingside to answer your question. I'd say queenside is the least likely and the center is possible, but most likely kingside. They can also do it like this, king f8, king g7, and just leave the rook on the h-file. White's position looks really nice, Dripman, here, right? Like in the position of the game, so it's not obvious how to judge between them. I would say the difference is without like a break, without a way to dynamize the position, your advantage is harder to use and your opponent has more time to react and hold it together. Your only break here is probably d4. That's the direction I would look in, and I think black can even play f6. What they're doing is they're making up for the missing bishop by controlling the unopposed bishop. Right? They're putting up a pretty solid wall against it. Obviously, that makes tons of weaknesses, but they've got this light squared bishop to defend the weaknesses, and white has no light squared bishop to probe. Sorry, folks, my throat is getting the best of me here. So it's not so easy to take advantage of black's weaknesses here. Abdul says, I wouldn't say black is fine here. It's still tricky, but better, much better than in the game, right? So yeah, I mean, it still looks like white's better. They've got the semi-open file. They've got a little more space in the center, little space here. So it would be an exaggeration to say that it's equal or something like that. But compared to the game, black's got a lot more opportunity to resist. It's much, much closer to equal. The advantage is much smaller than this advantage here in the game, where you had a couple people in chat saying white's winning. Probably white's not winning, but people were saying it. And you can see there's a lot more room for white to pursue their advantage here, right? Oh, it's already like really, really hard for black. Not winning, but strategically winning. What does strategically winning mean? I have my own theory of what it means, but it seems like you have a different definition than me. Hey, bestie. Black is a little bit behind in development this game, and it's from tricky pawn moves. The rooks have been developed via, white made a pawn move and black thought they had to spend time trading it. Maybe they didn't. But that recapture really boosted white, and the other part was even fancier. White played a3 here, and they had this fancy bishop trade, you see. Black comes after white's bishop. White goes after black's, and after the trade, the knight has to spend time retreating, and white developed the rook for free, time-wise. So white did get a little bit ahead in time in this game, and that's the explanation of how it happened. Okay, let's see what he's saying about strategically winning versus winning. Someone says domination. Someone says no idea what. Okay, when somebody really good could win the position, but you can't. Basically, no good answers. Okay, so my take on strategically winning is that it's simply a position that's winning, but there's not yet any material advantage or tactical move to win, right? So if you have a position where you're up material, you wouldn't say you're strategically winning normally. You'd say, like, white's winning because of material advantage. If you've got a position where material's equal, but if you find the right move, it's like a puzzle, right? White to play and win. If you find a sequence of 3 or 4 moves, you will either checkmate or win material, and then you'll be winning because of that. Right? There you're winning, but it's based on finding a tactic. Right? But strategically winning to me is material's equal and there's no immediate tactic, but the positional advantage is so large that with best play, it's actually a winning position. So if both players were taken over by super strong computers, the game should end in a win. Okay? Yeah, long-term prospects, yes. But that should mean, Abdul, that you could just win against any resistance, I think. So that is still winning. It's a kind of winning, but it has to include the fact that the position is winning, to me. All right, and bishop e3 played here. And let me just make sure I mess up the board there. Okay, so ef4, bishop f4. I sort of expected h6 here. Black went knight h5, and white keeps the bishop. And Bestie asks that, did white need to move the bishop? Is knight f4 kind of a threat for black? And in my opinion, Bestie, yes, knight takes f4 is a threat from black. Does knight f4 leave white with a bad position? No, but it reduces black's disadvantage. So in that sense, it's like a defensive threat, right? It reduces their disadvantage. How so? Well, for one thing, the knight on h5 is not particularly well placed. So if you avoid trading it, that piece is a problem, right? It needs to be helped in some way. Defended, or perhaps brought to a better square and then defended. It's not happy, right? It's dangly, and it's not controlling enough important squares. Secondly, bishops tend to be like a tiny bit better than knights. That's definitely the case here. This bishop is a super nice piece, honestly. Really, really nice piece. It's unopposed by another dark squared bishop, and it's got some room and some diagonals right now. So it's a slightly better piece than the knight, and we retreated, and that leaves black with more problems. Queen h4 might be slightly annoying. Queen h4, what's that trying to do? How is it annoying? To me, at first blush, you're not doing anything. That's my first thought. You want to go bishop g4? Okay. I still don't see what you're doing after bishop g4. What comes next after bishop g4? I feel like I have enough pieces and a solid enough structure. I don't see how these three pieces are going to probe me in any meaningful way. I don't have any weaknesses there yet. And you don't have a preponderance of force. Yeah. Now, let me show you some force. I'm going to show you some force. Boom! We attack the dark squares. So because the rook's sort of not defended, right? White has the idea of taking on d6 and taking on b6, and these pawns get overworked. White's also threatening to take on c7, and lastly, white can take on a7. That's force. That's real force. Here's another sick move. Rook a5. Ooh, I love moves like that. And then if bishop g4, you go here. Oh man, I love when the pieces use long range. And your opponent didn't see it coming, and the only thing that kept them from seeing it was just too far. It was just too big a distance. Their eye couldn't see that far. Unfortunately, you can't really play rook a5 here because knight b5 is so much better. Actually, rook a5 is good too. Yeah, all right, let's see what Where's the Bread came up with in this position, which we think is difficult. Bishop g4, the move. Yeah, the thing about rook a5 Cloud's Hat, right, that I realized it's like better than I initially thought, is that after rook a5, you can't retreat the queen to avoid bishop g5 because your knight will be hanging, right? So, I mean, you maybe tax this h6 move or something. But knight b5, as Abdul says, knight b5 is winning. It's not strategically winning. It's just taking them apart. Starting to pick coconuts. Starting the harvest. So bishop g4 is played. Okay, if white plays the most straightforward line, would it be a blunder? Important question. It's complicated. So white can almost just win here anyway. Now if black moves the rook, then after rook f1, I think it's like a crushing exchange sack from white. Basically, white's up a pawn, and you can always win back your exchange with bishop h6. The h-pawn's in trouble, the f-pawn's in trouble. Yeah, I think that would be like dead. So I would think that here black has to take the challenge and grab the bishop, give the rook, and move the king. Then we get to this situation here, and now black's up a knight. And it looks like white can't quite trap the knight for free. There's this queen trade in the air. You could trade queens and play rook c1 and maybe draw the game by forcing the knight to sack itself for a pawn. But that's, groveling for white. And if you go queen g7 or queen h7, the knight can take on c2 and black comes out up a piece. So this doesn't quite work for white. We can't blunder everything. But I just want you to appreciate that I almost played like the dumbest move in the world, walking straight into a blunder, and I was almost winning. There was one line where it didn't work. So, it's a time to be careful for black. Very careful. Kuro is having a think though, which is it's a good time. The moves up to here, there were a bunch of them that were pretty clean and positional for white. And now we're back at a moment to think. Oh, you want to keep going, Fisher? It was maybe not dead. All right, so here you go queen g7. Again, black might be able to throw in a move like queen g8, right? Instead of the knight c2 move here. Sorry, I didn't say that before when I was giving up on the line. That move's going to be effective against queen h7 as well, probably, right? Queen h7, there'd be queen h4. But generally, this move looks really good because g2 is weak and we're taking queens off. Yeah. So, to me, a simple move for white would be queen d2 right now. Nice and simple. Yeah, Blanquito, this is like last week. Same thing. People playing classical. We got 2 tournaments worths of them. We've got our first game that's been decided too. Let's have a quick look at that. Ooh, it was decided by an actual checkmate. Let's have a look. Here, black chooses to move a piece in extra time, right? We get some trades. And now white's bishop pair, to me, looks better than the 2 pieces black remains with at the end of all those trades. They started with 45 minutes, and they now have 47 minutes each. So Hockey Chess Dude is right to notice that they're playing very, very fast so far this game. They are over on chess.com. Here's Oh, shoot. Did I not update this thing correctly? I may not have updated MooBot correctly even. Shoot. Fight. Doesn't even have the second link. How do people even find their way into it? All right, well, better late than never to fix it, because people can still play it. It's still there for people to join throughout the day/night. Nope, that's tomorrow. Okay, here's fight. All right. I don't know how to put these kind of commands in the YouTube chat. I don't know if there are bots or anything like that in YouTube, but here are the links to it. All right. It will be Far Eastern. It will be. The tournament will still be going in 9 to 10 hours for sure. All right, so white looks to increase the advantage in the center. Yeah, looking good. And then goes to try and make a checkmating attack. All right. Now white faces a really difficult choice. Do you want to open or close the position, right? Black fights back for space on the king side to defend their king. Very good choice. And it's a really tough call. Do you want to close or open things? I suppose you could also play f3. Ah, where did my game go? I found it. See? Okay. Oh, white even did play f3. That's really interesting. Holding the central structure. Oh. All right, takes. Looks beautiful for white. I love how Mushin's playing. I just simply love it. Knight d5. Making some threats. Okay, how will... Oh, and here. 3 threats. How will white handle it? I think bishop g5 is the move. We'll see. Oh, a trade. Yeah, that also defends everything. Makes sense. But it lets black's bishop out. So now the game becomes very close to equal. g3 holding, defending these weak points, but yeah, giving weak light squares. So now anything can happen. Black brings out the bishop, the queen. It's about equal. And white's king comes running out to try and escape. Oh, brutal. Oh, those black pieces got active in a hurry. Nice comeback from Obi-Wan Kenobi. Mushin had a really good setup and a big advantage. I think up till around here, I think it's probably wrong to make the trade and let this bishop out, though. I mean, it's very... With 3 things attacked, I mean, most players of this rating would make the trade. It seems like that's your way out of everything being attacked. But I think this was the answer. You hit the queen and defend this. Now, you got to calculate some tricky lines to play this move, right? You have to calculate knight c3. That's the really hard line. And if you can calculate whether or not you're losing or winning material after knight c3, then you're probably getting promoted to the next cohort. But I can show you guys the calculation. You want to take 2 seconds and see if you can do it? Oh, we can see, by the way, that Mushin did spend a bunch of clock time right around here. So they stopped and thought at the key moment. But it was hard to figure out. So knight takes c3, counterattacking white's queen. And when this kind of thing happens, folks, you have to calculate all the, I take, they take, I take, they take, I take, they take, all the captures. On top of that, you have to calculate the moves like I save my queen, leaving the attack on their queen in the air. So, I think a clear win for white here is capture the queen, they capture your queen, capture the rook with check to save your bishop, king takes because they're in check and they have to recapture, and then rook takes here. And then white is winning. Does that make sense? Then there's a move queen d3, which is very tricky as well. The idea is your queen's still attacked, and if you move your queen, then white will play queen takes knight. So black needs a super fancy move here, or they could just lose, right? And I think that black can maybe save this position here. Because I think they may have this move here to extricate their queen and knight. The two pieces that are getting attacked. I'll say this also. In general, the tactics will normally work for white, not black, in a position like this because of these two pieces' position. Normally, the tactics will work for white because of the bishop and rook. Does that make sense? The fact that these rooks aren't connected and defending each other, that this bishop's neither attacking nor defending anything, he's not really contributing. So normally in a tactical skirmish, when your pieces are messed up, you'll lose. But that's normal. It's not all the time. It's like strategically, you seem to be at a disadvantage. But sometimes the geometry on the board just breaks whatever you expect. So, in this particular position, I think queen d4 is probably enough to save black. You check the queen, white takes, and sort of by coincidence, black is able to save the queen and the knight, get the recapture. They're up 2 pawns here. White's got enough initiative and an amazing bishop, probably enough to hold the game with some continuation where you just emphasize that your rook can come out and theirs can't, and then they move the king here. And then you go for bishop h6 or something. There's a good chance that white has just enough to save the game. Bishop h6, knight f5 is probably not it. It's probably something even more sneaky and clever. Maybe it's something like g4 to stop knight f5, bishop here to bring your rook in, king here, check, and you just keep harassing the king. Or you have bishop takes b7 to regain one of your pawns, and that's enough to draw as well. So, and Fischer-Seb also says you could play h5, trying to win a pawn over on the king side while they're untangling. White's position is so good, I don't think there's any chance they should lose, but definitely they lost 2 pawns and black saved all their pieces, so it's not an amazing result for white. So Mushin would have had to calculate some pretty heavy stuff with bishop g5, right, folks? If you're rated, 300, 400, 500, 600, I'm sure you're thinking like, oh my God, what on earth? Like, how is anyone supposed to calculate that? If you're rated over 2,000, you might have forgotten how hard stuff like that can be for players under 1,000, but that's a pretty difficult calculation that Mushin basically had to find at this moment in order to push the game in the right direction, right? Not finding that, the answer to 3 things hanging was bishop takes d5, which strategically released the bishop and black got fully back into the game, right? So correct Bishop g5, very hard to assess knight c3, but knight c3 actually loses in this variation. Trade, trade, clever move, so black can't take our bishop here, and white wins indisputably. Now, after bishop g5, that means black can't play knight c3. They could play some other move, like move the queen. And then you're going to see white's strategic advantage kind of take shape here, as white's going to be able to just, put rook and queen on the file, and black's pieces are not good enough. Yeah. And that was the one way for Mushin to really bring this game forward. So we can say for Mushin, what did they do right? They stopped at the right moment and thought pretty hard about this moment. So that was a really good thing. They did everything very nicely up to here, playing for the bishop pair, holding the central position, idea h4 and h5 even, a very advanced idea that Fischer Seb, a master, was asking for. To turn our advantages into a direct attack against black's king. Very, very good. And then, this is a very hard calculation to do, and if you don't do it, you don't get to win the game, actually. Yeah, it's a lot of that dose is dose. It's your brain doesn't want to do that hard work, and it's not that you can't do it, it's that your brain, or some part of your brain pretends it can't do it. Right? Like imagine somebody really lazy at work who's just like dragging their feet about something. And no, I can't do it. If you just get your brain to start doing it, it'll say, oh yeah, actually I can do it. But that can be really hard to force that effort out of ourselves, depending on how tired we are and other things. So yeah, that was the key moment in that game. Cool game. All right. And Mushin's now into the next game. But we had some other game we're also watching. Let's check back on Kurukuru. Let's see what happened here. Rook f2. All right, so that's just moving the rook to a dark square instead of a light square. It's out of the range of this bishop. Can never attack it. It's out of the range of the knight. It's defending these two light squares. And it gets out of the way of that knight fork. So white's planning to play h3 next move and put the queen on e2, I think. Otherwise, white would have preferred my more obvious move of improving the queen. So I think this move says white wants to spend a move on h3. Yeah. Right, that's exactly the kind of stuff that players need to calculate at this level, right? Far Eastern is like, oh, a trade to escape from a double attack, right? Things like that. All right, Abdul says bishop d7 looks shaky. Yeah, black's whole position is shaky. They didn't want to concede the bishop. Black's basic problem here is, the knight's going to be attacked. And if you retreat it, you're going to get into this business. So they retreated it rather than that. And now it's Kurukuru thinking again here. Yeah, Far Eastern. I mean, one of the solutions to missing those kinds of things is forcing ourselves to just calculate a little bit longer, right? Put in a little extra effort. In your example, you're trying to play a thing that should win, and you're overlooking a defense from your opponent. So what you can try and do is, my approach, so to speak, and I don't mean like I invented it or something, like lots of people do it. This is just something I suggest to people pretty often. When you think you see a winning idea, try and sort of put yourself in your opponent's shoes and look really hard for a way out, right? Imagine like you're desperate, you're like a fox with a paw in a trap, right? And you're looking, is there any way to slip out of this thing or pop the mechanism? Is there any possibility of any escape? right? So if you sort of put yourself in that mindset to look really hard and really desperately for the opponent, like you really want to find the resource. And the thing is, you can also tell yourself, if I win a whole piece with this thing, it's worth an investment of time, right? So you know you can spend some more time on the clock, because if you win a piece, you won't need as much time left on your clock to win the game from there. The extra piece will help you do that. And if you're blundering something, well, you're better off catching it rather than playing the move quickly. So when we've got a situation where, winning or losing a piece or more is at stake, number one, you can allow yourself more time. Number two, you can use some of that extra time to look for resources for the opponent. Like, to really motivate yourself. Sometimes we're just looking for good moves for ourselves, and when we find them, we're like, yay, and then we don't even look very hard for the opponent, right? We look much harder for ourselves. Depends on the person, but that's a very, very common. All right, G4 was played. That was the first move that occurred to me here. Chat was also talking about a nice looking move, Rook A5. Boom, adding the rook's influence to this whole side of the board. Similar idea as G4. You're going to attack the knight, and if it retreats, you're going to set up this. And with the queen there, black is dead-ish? Borderline dead? Verging on dead? Shopping for funeral homes online? And the move played in the game has exactly the same purpose, right? G4, kick the knight, knight here, bishop G5. Now you can see that Where is the Bread understands what Kuro is trying to do, because it looks like pawn threatens knight, knight F6 only move, and yet black is sitting here and thinking. That's that desperation, tenacity, and effort that we were just talking about using on your opponent's behalf, right? A strong player, they get into a situation like this, G4 comes in, it looks like they're busted, they can't let you take the knight. If they retreat it, bishop G5. But a strong player isn't just going to resign, right? What happens for anyone who's ever played a strong player? When something like this happens, they clutch their heads. They start looking really, really creatively, right? Is there anything I could do over here that somehow has enough impact to mix things up so that if they take the knight, I get counterplay, but if they take the pawn, then, the bishop G5 move doesn't work in the same way. They're resourceful, right? They work hard, right? Queen H4 suggested by Blanquito, right? Like, maybe I can get 2 pawns for the knight, hold white's pieces at bay, right? They're going to be looking really hard. Like, they're not just, oh, here's my 2 obvious moves, I guess I should resign, right? They're going to work hard. In this case, there isn't anything, but you still see Where's the Bread putting in that time and effort to look for something. So if you have desperate tenacity, what you need to do, Far Eastern, is apply it on your opponent's behalf when you think you see a way to beat them. That's sort of the next step up to improve yourself. And whether you're working on, Pokemon or chess, either way, this bears consideration as something for you to do, right? In any competitive game that you're playing, there's questions of, how much do you consider the options for the opponent and what's the mindset and so forth. All right, so bishop G5's come in, and Kuro has locked in an essentially winning position, I would say, with this approach. It was debatable if Rook A5 would win just as cleanly. Apparently chat was wondering about maybe like C5 or F5 cutting off the rook along this rank. as an idea. There was also a mention of g6, rook takes h5, which I would believe is completely winning for white. Just complete. I mean, there's just no guarding this king. It's just too bad. But maybe c5 or f5 was a little trickier. But you can see the choice from Kuru is very clear. It's like basically you're going to come up with some weird knight sack, or I get to lock in this bishop g5 thing, and it's enough to win the game, right? So, the only extra option for black was something like queen h4. That was really the only, try and mix it up, mess it up kind of option. Allowed by the g4. All right, so we're here. I think we're going to go look at another game for a while. These players are going to continue to wisely use their time. But they both know at their level, 1900, like they're not, even when they go back and watch the video, they're not going to need to ask too much about what happens after this, David, right? Like they're both aware that white's locked in something that's strategically winning at this point. Yeah. If we ask ourselves, how did this happen to black? I think the knight h5 move was actually bad because the bishop retreats. You've got the dangly knight. If you bring it back, you're facing bishop g5. I mean, maybe the best you can do is play h6, stopping bishop g5, and then still spend the time bringing the knight back. But really, I think the key improvement would have been h6 here. There's a few h6 here. There's several moves that I've mildly criticized, right? h6 here instead of knight h5. In this position, black should have traded the bishop and then traded the knight, so white doesn't get the a file. And in this position, I mean, the logical move would be d5, given we've played bishop b4. So we've isolated three strategically dubious choices, I think, from black. And white playing strategically aggressively, trying to create advantages, trying to put pressure on black, was able to make a lot of those little mistakes. Okay, so I see there's so many chat comments that I haven't answered all of them. My apologies for that, but it's great that we've got so many people that we're not able to answer every single question. Let's go click on another game that we could watch here. I see all the players in the under 1600 section, or many of the players in the under 1600 section, really using their time now. That's great to see. Let's check on M. Norris Chess and Boondock Striker. Oh, they're in an endgame. Now we're going to say hopefully black is winning since they've used an extra 25 minutes. That would be a nice reward for them. But is that the case? They've got two pawns that are each ready to queen. It's getting close. Or as Jesse would say, it's getting hot in here. This bishop would say it's getting pretty stuffy in here. He's been stuffed into a crummy square, unfortunately for him. Yeah, white is in check. Two legal moves with the king, and now thinking. No offense intended, but white should have spent more of this time earlier in the game. Now, with black ready to play rook d1 and queen the pawn, it's a little late to be spending our time, right? Yeah, and Dabo 5000 has given us the key line. So let's take out king g2 first, right? King g2, rook d1, that's it. It's a queen, right? That's the end of that line. You calculate to that, basically you're done. I mean, it's good if you're aware there's rook c8 check and you've noticed that it's not back rank mate, or it's great to be more thorough than that, but I can tell you that's the relevant line. And the second branch is king here, and now it's a much harder move to find for black, but it is a beauty and a killer. And Dabo 5000 found it. Maybe somebody else did too, but Dabo 5000 gave us this move in chat, and it is just absolutely devastatrice. Devastating. Basically, you're setting up on the king to get control of the square where you're queening. You're also kind of mating the king because he's got nowhere to go. And after rook takes bishop, rook d1 is mate. But if white doesn't play rook takes bishop, rook d1 would also be mate, right? So the most white could limp on would be something like f3, check, king here, queen here, and whatever, right? Now black's sort of playing with their food at this point. If they can find bishop c3. If I were white here, I would go king e1 and try and force black to find that. Although, I think a more boring move from black might also be winning, like rook over here, just sort of threatening d2 and bishop here and rook here. So it may be that these two pawns are an unstoppable force at this point. But having your king there to try and blockade and catch them is the only practical hope, I would say. Have you come to fight tonight, host of Mahogi? Oh yeah, Mahogi fight. All right. King e1 played. Bishop c3 in 3 seconds. M. Norris Chess had spent a lot of time thinking earlier in this game, and now they are quite confident of the calculations they've made. And there it is, a beautiful, beautiful end. Congrats to M. Norris on spending more than half of their time on this classical game and taking it down in an endgame. Now, let's see, 1600 plus. Actually, I could click on another game from either arena. CloudSat, do I run at all? No, I don't anymore. I have hemophilia, and running causes bleeding in my ankles and knees. I ran when I was young, and, healed faster and, like a young person, felt indestructible. And now I know that it's better to be able to walk for another 10 years than to run for 10 days, and then be done. In theory, I could run. So if I needed to beat Hikaru's 5K time, or your 5K time, I could do it today. I could go out right now, probably. Well, I'm pretty sore today. I could do it tomorrow. but then my ankles would be gone the next day. But what I'm doing right now, CloudSat, is for the first time in my life, I'm setting myself some goals for speed in the swimming pool. I've been swimming my whole life because of hemophilia, as a replacement for running and other things. Hikaru's pretty fast. That's a surprise. Okay, maybe I couldn't. But I've been swimming for a long time as a replacement for that. But I've never timed myself or gone to a competition or anything like that. And I decided to finally try and time myself and see if I could do it. Yeah, 5K is just over 3 miles, right? That's 4.8. I ran 2 miles in 11 minutes when I was too young to realize that it was a bad idea to run. So I think I could make the third mile in 10 minutes back when I was running. But yeah, I shouldn't have been doing it. It was a bad choice. And I swim in a pool which I think is 25 yards long. So my first goal is to try and swim half as fast as all the world records. That's my first goal. And I went and swam one thing today. Let me check how my time is against the world records. I think I might have missed it because I was really sore from the gym. So 200-yard free. Yeah, I knew it. I was 2 seconds off. Then I have to do intervals and you'll tell me what to do. Okay. So Dabo, I swam a 200-yard free, and the world record is about 1 minute 30 seconds, or 129 point something, but I'm not counting thousandths of a second yet. So my starting goal would be to do it in 3 minutes, and I did it in 3 minutes and 2 seconds today. No, I got the 200-yard world record, not meters. I think. I think I looked it up correctly. Running is much less boring than swimming, Kostya. I loved running. I know that meters are further, but I have not tried mountain biking. Unfortunately, the thing about biking is that 99% of the time you don't get hurt, but then every once in a while you fall. Like every once in a while, even really good bikers. So I don't try to do excessive biking for my exercise. When I fall once, it's like not like a collision or whatever, but just I had a very, very minor fall, and it was still 10 days of lying there with ice packs. Okay, Dabo's giving me some advice here, and we've got a game up to watch as well. So excuse me for a second, folks. I know I'm supposed to comment on chess, but Dabo's going to help me on swimming, which I've obviously, as you can probably tell, have never had any coaching of any kind, Dabo. Okay, so 130 per 100. So if the goal is 130 per 100, I should do 100s on 145. So basically, I've got 1 minute 45. I'm trying to do the swim in 125 to 130. And then if I do it, I've got 15 to 20 seconds to rest before I start the next one. If I'm understanding it correctly. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I should be able to do 5 in a row of them. I've definitely, that is how I've swum on my own, even though I never had any coaching. I set like a goal, and then I swim it, and then whatever's left is my rest time, and I keep doing it until I can't do it anymore. And I try and do it a bunch of times in a row. So I have done that. Yeah, I mean, like I was doing... Okay, so 125 to 130. Break, then 125 to 130, yeah. I mean, that's going to be a little bit tough for me, I think, but I guess that's the idea, to get better. When I did the 100 all out a couple days ago, I only got 120. So for me to do like 125 repeatedly is going to be a challenge. But I will do that. And I'm going to write it down so I can keep doing it. So training for 200. Do 100s on 145 with 125 to 130 for my time. Try to do it 5 in a row or more. I did see Jesse's title. Yeah. Kostya gets a bomb dropped on him. That was pretty good. Let Jesse loose. Anyway, I think I should be able to hit this first goal in like a week or two, Dabo, of getting like half of the world record speed. I mean, like today I was only 2 seconds off and I was not feeling great. But once I do that, my goal is to shave off 25% of the difference between the world record and my speed. And that's going to take a while, I think. All right, back to the chess. With great thanks and appreciation to Dabo. All right, what's been happening in this position? Some of you may have been watching it while I was not talking about it. My apologies to Boondock and Vlad the Awesome. All right, so we got it looks like a Caro exchange, what it's called, Panabotnik, yeah? The pieces come out to good squares for both players. White, first interesting decision, White gives a tempo for maybe a bishop. Black says, sure, you can have it, and goes for the pawn too. Woo! M. Norris, you did great. You did great. Don't cry too much, my friend. Don't cry too much. You did great. Is this a line as archetype? I heard you never take on c4. You could sometimes do it. You know, make white work to get it back. This makes sense. Stamen, what's 100 by 100? You have to do it 100 times in a row? I can't even do it once. They had to do it 100 times in a row? Oh, God. I thought I was misunderstanding what it could be. 10,000 yards? I mean, I couldn't do it once, so it's a moot point. I would be out after one, and then I would just be chilling on the side. Takes. Boom. Winning back the pawn. But there went the bishop pair, right? Not the whole neighborhood, but the bishop pair. So black seems to be okay, I think, at this point. Defends one of the pawns, gives back the other. White takes it. They're going pretty fast, but it looks solid. I think black came out of this just fine. If I could offer just like a tiniest... Oh, I was going to say maybe this is a better square, but then there's this. So maybe I won't say that. Let me just think. Okay, I'm going to say maybe queen d7. I'm trying to pick a square that's good for the queen to defend this pawn, but most of the squares have some... whatchamacallit, drawback, right? Like if you go here, you're facing the bishop, and if you go here, then you get pinned on the file, right? So you face, the knight and the rook and stuff. Yeah, the thing, Hosta, is not a specific calculation about queen b6, d5. Against queen b6, probably white plays queen c4 first. It's just that it's a downside. Like at some point, we're going to pay for being on this diagonal. At some point, there will be a tribute to pay. It's not a specific calculation. It's just a trying to go to the best square we can. So I'm thinking queen d7 would have maybe been a slightly better square for black because, you see, we're defending it, but we're not facing that. And if the knights ever trade, we could put our queen on d5. We're on a light square instead of a dark square. This might be the best square. It's not easy to pick. Okay, so queen c7, queen c4, castles gets played, castles gets played. These guys gotta slow down. In general. I mean, there are moves to be played quickly as well. Oh, that's true, Hosta. If you know that you're just going to plop the knight on d5, that could make queen b6. That could justify queen b6, right? Queen c4, plop. And we just say, yeah, we're not budging from this square, boss, right? Looks good. I don't think he's saying you have ADHD, Charlie. I think he's saying you have his opinion. I think he's glad you have his opinion. Okay, so that's a good suggestion, Hosta Mahogi. Queen c7 in the game, trade, castles, rook to the file. Yeah. I think the big moment for white to have thought would have been bishop takes c6 check. I think right here, black grabs your pawn from you. This is like the big moment. This is the big moment to decide, what do you really want in life as white? Because you could go queen a4 without trading on c6 to try and win back your pawn. You could go d5. Or you could just keep... d5 would be to open up this bishop, right? To keep it. To blow open the board. Idea is you go into a position like this with or without the queen trade. I don't know what's better. But the idea is that you're confident you're going to collect this later and you're just opening this guy. So you don't have the isolated pawn. So, and then, of course, the option of castling and leaving black to deal with all those possibilities. So I think this would be a big moment for white to have thought. Of all the moments in the game, this would have been the moment I would have spent time on, I think. Okay, to the live position. White's now thinking. So now they're sort of figuring out where the rook's going. Do we have any targets to attack? Where do we want the bishop? Is black going to do this? Or are they going to attack this? All right, we got the choice. Rook c1, focusing on the c-pawn. Makes sense. There comes a time in most games, right, where you do that sort of thinking about, maybe not a grand plan for the whole game, but, what's the weakest spot? Where is it best to put my pieces? Often it's at a moment like this where each of these players stop for a couple minutes. It's the moment where you're picking where to put the rooks. You know, sometimes that's less trivial and really determines which way the game is going to feel or go, right? Like, black could start defending this pawn, or they could start pressuring the b file or the d file, right? So depends which rook you want to put on an open file. So, and then likewise for white, right? Are we going to use a rook here? Are we going to defend this pawn? Are we going to pressure this? Are we going to advance the majority somewhere? Yeah. I think a well-rested person's better at everything, Charlie. Sleep. I think they're studying sleep more and finding that it's the key to everything. Now potentially white's threatening knight b5 followed by queen c6. Fair enough, Fisher sub. A well-rested person isn't better at hallucinating and other sort of negative falling apart kind of things. But yes, Damon says even if black deals with knight b5, maybe white's approach could be rook c2 and the next rook coming to the c file. This is often called a bad piece. See how it's kind of blocked by its pawns and just defending stuff and not attacking stuff. But if you were to anchor this pawn with a bishop and black attacked it with a bunch of rooks, they could never take it. And meanwhile, you attack the pawn on c6 with a bunch of rooks, and you'll have real pressure. So... So if white sees the threat of knight, if black sees the threat of knight b5, they could try to stop it with rook b8, or they could defend the pawn and advance with rook c8. Oh, Boondock Striker chose rook c8. Okay. So now against knight b5, you move the queen, and then the rook covers the pawn. Somebody in chat, Unagi-don, just suggested the plan of knight d5 takes e3, saying the best knight is still worse, or the worst bishop is better than the best knight, which is a famous chess saying, but I think we don't know who said it first, right, Unagi-don? Like, some people thought maybe it was Fisher, but I think it was maybe disputed. What am I thinking for white? We could go with the idea of rook c2. I remember I was like looking this up recently, Unagi-don, and I couldn't find a clear answer. The worst bishop is better than knight. Meh. Salut Elise, nice to see you. Yeah, this is the old new or the new old. Friday Night Fights is one of the very first shows that Jesse and Kostya did on the dojo, and I brought it back last week, and it's awesome. Pretty self-explanatory, just dojoers bashing each other's heads in classical chess on a Friday night, when other people get home from work and just collapse on a couch or in a beanbag, eat some Cheetos, and watch TV. These people somehow pull out one more intellectual effort. And eventually, we hope to get some rivalries in here as well. Yeah. Yeah, and in between, we had Scotty, who kept a Friday night Blitz and Bullet session going for a while. That was good, too. It's possible they're eating Cheetos while they play. It's possible. That is true, Davo. The whole quote about the bishop and the knight is not true, right? But it's just like a clever quip. It is very Tartakover-like, but I couldn't determine conclusively who really said it first. All right, so Vlad pokes here into the weaknesses with the queen, but Boondock Striker was ready to just shore up the area with their queen. Looks like a perfectly satisfactory defense. I don't think queen a6 is really going to hurt black at all. Oh, in fact, it hurts so much to have my pawn structure straightened. Black's going to be pretty happy about that queen trade, I think. Would queen a4 have been better maybe at this point? Yeah, maybe queen a4. I think something with the f1 rook would have probably been better archetype, even though it's not clear what's the best thing white can do. Maybe this idea of rook c2 and rook c1 that was suggested in chat, I haven't thought of anything better than that suggestion, and my instinct is that it's something with this rook is the best thing you can do, because if you look at all white's pieces, this is the worst placed piece, right? Feels like there's no immediate attacks or defenses needed. So improving your worst placed piece is kind of what it's time for around here. I think, so Hockey Chess Dude's asking, do most amateur players not focus enough on their pawn structure? And actually, I think it really depends. I think you've got great variation at amateur levels, where you've got people who think in a very rigid way and they're just staring at the pawn structure all the time while the pieces are flying around, and they need to hear Jesse's, pawns aren't people kind of thing, because they're not noticing that, there's initiatives and attacks and big threats coming from the pieces around the pawn structure. And then there are other people who aren't so aware of pawn structure and could be more aware of it. So I think actually it's probably pretty generally split. So Boondock Striker, I think, is very consciously putting all the pawns on light squares with this dark squared bishop, taking all the space they can and staying really positionally clean here. So what kind of plans are there eventually for the players here? Black has 2 pawn islands against white's 3 and the better dark squared bishop. I would guess that black is slightly better. But this move, to me, trading a pawn reduces their advantage. probably black's advantage is not nearly enough to try and win with, right? It's just a question of how do you put some pressure on the opponent, how do you try to build an advantage from here. If you could put this knight on c4, that would be amazing. So you could try this plan, knight d7, knight b6, knight c4. If you achieve that, that's going to hurt. You can also play very, very simply and technically. Just plop here, takes, and then you're going to plop a rook on c4. White can try and trade off all the rooks to see if that's enough to hold the game. And then maybe here you do this move with the idea of actually taking this way. That gives you an amazing square for your king, plus it locks these pawns on dark squares, and this is a target as well. Maybe it's just a draw. Maybe white goes g4 and gets the king to e4 and just blockades the whole game. No, they can't stop black from putting a pawn on f5. Actually, this might be winning for black. You can put a pawn on f5 by force, right, with g6. So white's king can't be there. So what stops you from putting your king on d5? And then white doesn't have d3. So how do they hold the position? That looks lost. And if white goes b3, maybe b3 holds. Because on trades, the bishop recaptures and saves the pawn. And against this fancy move, white can go here, 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 and I think hold everything like that. Actually, maybe even this move. Slow down the king, and if this one runs, your king comes. It's probably just a way to lose as black by getting too aggressive. So it's not enough to win, I don't think. But it's just a question of, does it make the game hard enough for white that you have some chances? Okay, but b4 is played. These pawns get traded. And now I would say that the position should have become closer to equal, right? Because black still has a pawn island advantage. Okay, so maybe this was fine. I didn't even count the pawn islands right. You can't even count islands, dude. What are you commenting for? Okay, so this is probably fine. Black's probably still pressing white a bit. And we get an imbalance of minor pieces. Cool. By the way, the comments I'm giving here are more like 1800 level than 1500 level, but that's because the players are playing a very sound game at a strategic level without tactics. So I'm responding to the level of the play just as much as to the ratings I see labeled on the players, right? So for those who know that my goal in commenting is always to be commenting sort of around the player's level, comments that are potentially useful for them, so nothing so advanced that it's pointless, nor so simple that they already know it. But yeah, this game's kind of demanding fairly high-level strategic commentary. So h6, forcing the trade. They've got a disagreement about this trade, don't these two? Because black's saying trade and white's saying, yeah, I will. So black seems to think this was good for them, and white seems to think it was good for them. I can do GM level comments. Yeah, at least. When I comment on GM tournaments, I often give some GM level comments. They may be wrong, right? Because I might not be good enough to be saying what I'm saying correctly. But you know, I try to make comments reflective of what you would, what mistakes and what skills you would expect to see in a GM level game, the best I can guess it. Good night, Charlie. Very responsible decision, and enjoy it if you can. I know it's awesome to play with your kids, but on little sleep, it can sometimes also be torturous. Yeah, so Stamen says now the knight's going to come to c5 maybe, block the pawn. But at the same time, it blocks white's attack on the pawn, right? And it sits on a dark square where black can fight against it. I think bishop should come to e7 and black should be slightly better. Oh, Fisher Seb says the same thing. I mean, one clear plan is you go f5, and if the knight goes to c5, you just go to f6, right? And you just go after the d pawn. Yeah. White's refuge, so to speak, would be to try and trade these two pawns for the c pawn, and then the knight could draw against the bishop on one side of the board, probably. Especially if... Yeah. Okay, just in general, I guess that would be the idea, with or without rook trades. Okay, we get bishop e7. I hope these players are enjoying it. Sometimes people play a strategic game by accident, and afterwards they'll say, oh, I was so bored, there was nothing, I couldn't win, they couldn't win, there was nothing to do. But I hope these players are enjoying playing a game at this kind of high level and thinking about all the little positional stuff. Something feels off about black. Okay. Flip it. You think maybe from white side you'll see something white could or should be doing? It's definitely not just a draw yet, Fisher Seb. There's still some pieces and some interesting things that either side can try to do. But the idea of just defending the d-pawn from a light square with the knight and hunkering down and saying, yeah, how do you ever make progress without trading the bishop for the knight and getting a drawn rook ending? It's a good defensive plan. It's a good defensive plan. Knight g3 to e2. Excuse me. Fascinating game. Dabo thinks white's better because c6 is a goner. Interesting, yeah. I mean, in general, if you go after d4 very much as black, you can expect to maybe lose this. If you go after c6 very much as white, you can expect one of these will drop. It's hard for someone to really kill the opponent's isolated pawn without dropping one of theirs. It's rather difficult. I would think, Blanquito, that it is black playing for a win more, just because I think the bishop's a little bit better than the knight. And I think two isolated pawns are a little bit worse than one. But black has a second isolated pawn now too, even if it's tucked away there. It's not easy to come up with winning scenarios, right? Like, you might be a little bit better as black, but can you come up with a reasonable way for the game to go that leads to you having a winning advantage? I don't know. I don't know that there's room for a winning advantage here. Friday night fights, Friday night nights. We could look at some other games, Yayu. I've just been interested in this one so far. And they're neither blitzing out blunders nor thinking really, really long and making me need to go to another board to stay interested. Yeah, the rook lift doesn't impress me, Stamen. Definitely there's not going to be a mating attack against black's king, so there's no point heading over here, right? And what I don't like about the rook lift is simply that then the rooks aren't defending each other anymore, right? And when the rooks aren't defending each other, then there are, ideas or possibilities for the opposing player. So here, for example, Archetype is saying, well, let's play c5 right away, the moment white disconnects the rooks. right? So you can see if you take this, you lose the rook. If takes with knight, same kind of deal, rook takes, and then we get this. Note I didn't try this move because of this. I didn't calculate it at all, but you know, it might be a mistake, so I just threw this move out here. But you know, maybe white does something else, right? Like this. Or maybe here. They try and turn it on black. So you have to calculate carefully before you play c5. c5 is logical archetype, so that means it deserves to be calculated, but it may or may not turn out to be concretely good. Here, rook takes d4, knight c5 seems like the game moves closer towards equality. So maybe c5's not the way to put much pressure on white. Maybe a slower approach like we're seeing in the game. f5, knight c5 has been played. Now, moves under consideration. There's rook b8, there's rook d5, and there's bishop f6. And I suppose super slow king g7. If none of those moves are interesting, then there's nothing wrong with king g7. I would think that bishop c5 would make it closer to a draw, Unagi-don, because rook endings are more likely to be draws than bishop versus knight endings. And yeah, what were you thinking you would do as your follow-up? Rook d5 to offer a trade, or rook b8 to trade pawns instead of rooks? Either looks acceptable. Yeah, I mean, if these three pawns came off the board somehow, this 4-on-3 on the king side would be a draw. So it's just hard to imagine how you win the pure rook ending. To me, bishop takes c5 makes it easier for white. Let's think about bishop f6 for a moment, shall we? That's a very direct move. There's not going to be 100 options for white. Bishop f6. There's rook c4, knight b3, right? Bishop f6. Knight b3. c5. Maybe there's still this. Yeah. Hard to make use of c5. White always seems to have this move, rook c3. Try e5 as well. With c5, why did I not just take it? You want to see the calculation? It was here. Pawn can't take because of the rook. Knight takes, bishop takes. Although I suppose king f1, rook d5, knight knight somewhere could be fine. Maybe just b4. Yeah, we got the king out of checks, and this doesn't do anything. So yeah, you could also have taken on c5, Dabo. Yeah, you could have. So c5 doesn't work in either line. Okay, Boondock picks rook b8. Yeah. Looks a little promising. That is funny, Fisher Sub. I see what you mean. Rather quick b3 from white. Played quite confidently, but very risky. Very risky. Very risky. Black has a lot of things to try here. Rook b4, bishop f6, the two most obvious. Yeah, I don't like this b3 move. It makes me worry a little bit for white. All right, we've been here for 2 hours, folks, so we're going to just do just a little, focal length change. Look to the left, look to the right, switch positions, do a jumping jack. I'm going to see if I can find my nuts. Oof. Oh. Ow. All right. We interrupt this program for a little cooking lesson. How to make trail mix. In France right now, I think it's 7 a.m. I think people are just getting up. Rook b4, rook c4. Ah. This is more or less the best thing to eat during a chess tournament that I know of, for me. You just take a handful of nuts, a handful of some other nuts, Then we'll look at Fisher Seb's claim about rook b4, rook c4. I have a new ingredient here I've just started using sometimes. It is sunflower seeds. I don't know, they've got some protein in them too. And they're decent mixed in there. Then you take like 4 or 5 dark chocolate chips. And they're just mixed in there. Every now and then you get one as a nice little surprise. They're like, I was just eating these seeds and then boom, chocolate. All right, you don't like any nut? That's extreme. All right, so let's see. Fisher said rook b4, rook c4, takes, 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 check. Right? They just taste bad to you, all of them. Yeah, I mean, we all have different tastes. That's possible. Well, I like most of them. Okay. Ba-bum. Ba-bum. Fisher Seb says, easy draw? What? Look at that king position. And the active rook. And you're down a pawn. Easy draw? Fisher said we should do some endgame sparring here. One of us would learn something, because I think that this would be challenging for white. I wouldn't even be surprised if we were losing. Let me just play an evil move. I should be bringing my king to d5, right? But first, I treat your king most unkindly. Most unkindly. And then I peck at seeds like a bluebird. Well, at least maybe if you really give yourself to the game, you'll enjoy the game more. How about I will comment on your game and you can go back and listen to the commentary later today. How's that? Good question, host. I'll tell you in a second. All right. Elise Mel says Siegfried. I guess I used my knowledge of Freud to guess what she would want. All right. I had to do that against you last week, right, Fisher? What do you think about the move F4, Fisher, before we move on? Do you feel like you've just been killed? Do you feel pain? All right. He's feeling dead. Here was the game. Rook c4 was played. Oh, but black didn't play rook before. Rook c4. Bishop back. Black hasn't done anything there, huh? All right. Let's look for Elise's game, folks. Woo! Elise in action. It's been a while. since we've seen her play it. Last time she played on the Dojo stream, it was against me, and she beat the hell out of my head. Let me go find the link first to the 600 plus tournament, and then I'll be able to locate her game in there. All right. Is she playing a Najdorf or a classical Sicilian? We'll find out in a moment. A classical. This is the maneuver that she used that I remember. She transferred her bishop to c4 and b3, killing my b file in an open Sicilian like this. She was white. I tried playing like an e6, a6 Sicilian. I don't know what they're called. Like, you know, Paulson, Taimanov, something or other. Then my game fell apart. Okay, so Richter Rouser. Classical stuff. Bishop e2, bishop d7. Don't tell me you're thinking about castling kingside. There's no bread. There's no bread in castling on the same side of the board as black. The bread's over here, white king. Go and get it. Not good at chess, Evan? Chess is hard. Most of us aren't that good at it. Yeah, if Stockfish could laugh. If they taught these neural net chess engines to laugh, oh man. That's right. You got to castle queenside for the espectadores. Right on. I'm promising white bread to try and lure the king over there. Bishop e2 last move is an unusual move, as some commentators in chat were saying. What does white often do in this line? I guess they often castle queenside and then start pushing pawns, right? And leave the bishop on f1. I'm trying to think, like, is bishop e2 in any particular way not a good square for the bishop? It's probably a fine square for the bishop. But I guess some of the fanciest, most modern lines involve just leaving it on f1. Yes! Yes! Where's the bread? It's going for it. There we go. Now we get a nice fight. Oh, Dabo, you've seen Nej castle kingside and then play g4 anyway with his king there? On the one hand, it sounds like slightly unwieldy way to play. Bishop on g5 in front of the g4 pawn thrust, king over on that side of the board where your pawn's storming. And then my second thought is like, oh, and Nej probably just murdered somebody. It would have been scary if you were black against him and he did that. It must be asked what happens with knight c6, bishop f6. This is an important question. So let's say you take. One has to think about this. You take. Takes. Boom. Takes. Boom. Takes. Takes. Snip, snip, snap, snip, snip. Okay. So that doesn't work for white right now. And if you can't win that pawn on d6, then you have no business hacking that knight on f6 and letting black get this bishop like so. Okay, so that's out. Just had to check. You just have to watch out for that now and then. You know, if you played f3, maybe you'd threaten that. But I don't know that white really wants to play f3. So I'd consider a move h4 here. That might be my first consideration. King b1. Could be good, but I don't normally lead with king b1 myself. Okay, Dabo. So Dabo's asking, what about somehow setting up something like this? You know, you get the amazing knight, you slaughter their structure, you attack the king. The problem with that is that the bishop can go to this diagonal. That's the problem. And then the structure is too good on the king side and they can still castle over there. So for this kind of knight f5 sack to work, you have to have a situation where they had to take with the g pawn instead of the bishop. And then, you know, you do something like this and they do something like this. And now you can start thinking about these kind of ideas, right? But it's pretty much at this point, it's got to be the g takes f6 structure. Or you'd have to have more preparation with your rook already here and really just throwing both knights into these squares without even trading. Yeah. Okay, in the game we've got a move. Knight c6 was played. Interesting. What'll be the follow-up? Queen over here looking at the file. Black wants the bishop here, so white needs a follow-up to this. In general, this bishop's a little bit cramped here. So strategically, black is often looking to trade and then move the bishop to c6. So strategically, this is what black wants. So white has to have something right after it, right? I suggested queen e3, but you would have to calculate knight g4 there for sure. Aye, aye, aye. Abdul is correct that very few people are going to know how to play this structure as white. That said, if you can play bishop f6 as black, it's even better than g takes f6. If you can play this, you play it. Even if your opponent's not going to be good at playing the GF6 structure, here you just have an even better position, so you might as well get that. Sometimes you just want to play the best move. All right, white's still thinking here. I'm going to go check in on a game we were watching before, Kuru Kuru. Against Where's the Bread, who we're watching here. Because we watched this earlier, I'm curious how it played out from the moment that white set up bishop g5. So black played h6. White said, okay, I'll trade. Now I guess queen d2, rook af1. Nope. Oh yeah, that's good. Oof. Trying to tie up these pieces. Yeah. Clean. Clean. Just a really good game by Kuru. Kuru. The other game we were watching was Vlad and Boondock. Nice one. Yes, Elias, this is a tournament, but it's also really just intended as a place where you can play a single game. We have it set up as a tournament, but I think of it more as an opportunity to play a chess game. The links are right above you, Kevin James. Wow, the king made it. And here they are thinking. The fact that white's king is defending stuff and black's king's off on the side is, yeah, making white seem a lot more secure here. Bishop h4. Poking around, poking his nose where it don't belong. Or maybe where it does, but you know, from white's perspective, it's annoying a little bit. I think white's doing fine for now. Nobody's really threatening to win the game just yet, either white nor black. Good old either nor. Korean food is amazing, Dabo. Is there somewhere online where you can see the ratings of different national cuisines? And you can see whether Korea has a higher or lower ELO rating than China or someone? Yeah, It's really tough to start 90-30 at 10 p.m., Kevin James. But maybe you'll be able to play a game tomorrow if you want. Yeah. And Falgry, no, I didn't. What's the question? Korean food is more spicy in general than Chinese or Japanese. Yeah, although some Chinese food is very spicy. Like what I had tonight. Goat Mamba, there's 22 hours left in this arena to try and connect with somebody and play a game. If you want to. It doesn't have rounds, it's an arena, so it just pairs people with other people whenever there's a couple people looking for a game. Well, Kevin James, in general, we thought black was a bit better throughout this game with the bishop versus knight and the two isolated pawns over here, but they have not yet made any real threat to win the game. You know, it's been pretty steady so far. Falgry, you want me to make a third lower section below 1600? Right now I have it cut at above and below 1600, and you're saying it would be better if there were another one like under 1000 or under 1100 or something like that for a third section? No, I don't think there's any commentary for Kostya's final round. It's at something like 2 a.m. So, yeah. Well, Falgry, I definitely, if that's what you're asking for, that's definitely my intention, ultimately. But you need enough people in each section, right? So we need to run the tournament regularly for a while till the number of people playing grows, and then we can split it into smaller sections and have enough people for it. Chess.com will cancel the tournament if there's less than 4 people in it when it starts, or maybe 6. Maybe 6. And we had like exactly 6 people in each tournament when they started today. And, you know, more people join and filter in, you know, which is fine, but Chess.com wouldn't have even kept the tournaments. They would have all been canceled if I'd made more sections. But ultimately, as attendance goes up, we can split and make more sections. The other thing, Falgry, is I've put a pairing logic in the tournament where it pairs people who are as close in rating as possible together instead of who have the same number of points, right? So, for example, Falgry, this is the under 1600. You see it put 1479 against 1561, which means it put, you know, 2 of the very highest players together. And if there are players rated 500 and 700 or whatever, it pairs them together. Also about publicizing. Yeah, publicizing is not my forte. It takes a lot of... It's just a lot of legwork, right? I'm already... let's just say it takes a long time just to set up all the tournaments, put the MooBot command, put an announcement in Discord, put the info here and there. It becomes a drag on doing the whole thing. So I'm hopeful that if we're just consistent with it, the word will get out over a couple weeks, even if it doesn't reach everybody in 1 week or something, you know? I don't know. Yeah. All right, so white is putting some counter pressure on black. I would guess that against bishop f6, you know, you'd have to defend d4 and stop attacking as white. I think black could calm white down with bishop f6. And white would say, okay, I'll listen to reason. Oh, but black is not interested in reason. Whoa. Leaves it hanging, comes off the d-pawn, goes after some new targets on g3 and g2. That's why the bishop's on h4. I didn't see it coming. I could have been struck by the boondock striker myself if I were playing this game. Ay. So what is to be done? Well, there's two versions of Stigma. Against rook c6, black could take and take g2, or black could take and take b3. You know, so we don't yet know which pawn black would have taken had white taken on c6. Hey, Bop Gun. Very nice. We're psyched to have you here. Welcome to the dojo. I agree, Falgri, and I think if I just do the commentary for a couple weeks, maybe someone here in the chat will volunteer to post some announcements for me or something like that, you know, and as a team we can get it popping. All right. So white plays king f3 to defend g2, but rook g3 check comes in, and white's not going to be able to hold this rook back. Suddenly, boondock striker is winning. And I didn't see this coming. Ay. Awesome. And thus it works. Boom! Boondock! Strikes! That was sick. These players spent a lot more time on this game. They played really hard and well. It was really well fought strategically for so long. And then this move was just a shocker. Just a shocker. And suddenly none of us really had a good suggestion for white. Wow. For those who want to help, I don't even have like a great marketing plan in mind or anything. I don't know what the best thing would be. Maybe you could just think for yourself how to let one or two people know about it. Maybe bring it up in the general chat channel, or I don't know. We'll have to think about it for a little bit. I'm sorry I don't have a brilliant plan, but we can come up with something. In the game Major Dilemma, I think white lost more than a pawn. They put the king on f2 and realized that this move was going to win a whole rook. Though normally, even if I realized that I just blundered rook c3, I would wait for my opponent to find it and then I would resign. You know, I like to keep a poker face. But, yeah, I mean, better would have been over here. But after this, you see it's all isolated pawns. This rook's active. It's tearing through our position. Black would have had a big advantage. I don't know how to defend this thing. Looks mucho scary. You know, you do something like this, maybe here, here, and here. And I don't see how white defends the H-pawn, because the king, like, can't get out of the way. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you maybe have some idea of where we should be announcing it. Yeah, I saw you were in a totally different gear than your first game, Boondock Striker. So good job, good job. We noticed the difference there. Yeah, Blanquito, I was also thinking after rook g8 that maybe white has to just pitch the pawn with g4. After this, we're down a pawn and we're still dealing with this move though, and the rook's attacking this pawn. So certainly, we haven't finished dealing with our problems, right? You want me to make a YouTube short? I don't make YouTube shorts. I'm against YouTube shorts. Good evening, Scotty. Welcome. Let's go check on our Sicilian game. Man, Elisa's playing lightning fast. After the trade, white just defended the e-pawn, preparing g4. Black throws b5. White pokes d6. And Elise just pokes the knight. Ay, ay, ay. Well, if your attention spans are cooked, I refuse to be the cook. I will have no part in it. That's my choice. I may not be able to fix every problem in the world, but at least I refuse to be responsible for every problem in the world. I didn't make that short VTT VVT. If you saw me in a short video, it's because somebody else clipped it against my permission. TikTok too, man. Yeah, this knight is a4 is covered, so it's just being sent somewhere terrible. This is actually a downside to the bishop e2 move, because sometimes the knight can get back to d4 through here. All right, folks, I'm going to repost this message for Host to Mahogi here. This is Host to Mahogi's point. Or opinion, not mine. I haven't even clicked on this link yet. I had planned to record one YouTube short, in which I was just going to say, don't watch YouTube shorts. And then I was going to post that. Exactly, Dabo. That was the one YouTube video I'd planned. The one short I'd planned to make. Well, this is sad news for white, isn't it? To send the knight to b1. Okay, so there's this threat on d6. What's black going to do? Yeah, here in the dojo, you can play 90-30. So knight b1, there's a threat. Can we just push past the threat? Then white tries to lock us up. If this knight were on d4, you can see what a bad position black would be in. The knight on b1, black's probably doing great. Go e5. Here white wins. Now who's got the knight on b1 losing them the game? Yeah, people can join for the entire 24 hours, Scotty. I don't know about mastering press, Dad, but I think it's good to expose yourself to a new opening every 4 to 6 months and grow your perspective and your knowledge of different chess ideas and structures. That's my personal recommendation. They should add a classical rating on chess.com, and hopefully at some point they will. But for now, the most you can do is play the kind of chess game you want to play and not worry about whether or not it's rated or how it's rated. I have almost never used Chessable, Dabo, so I don't have much of a take on it. I have done some calculation puzzles that Shanklin put up there. And I'm working on Van Perlo's endgame tactics on there. And I think that might be about it. Yeah, playing the Caro will help you play the Scandinavian and vice versa. Playing the Scandinavian will help you play the Caro. For sure, Chinese economy, the pairings might not be as good because the ratings won't be as accurate. But you can still play a fun game. Oh no, I'm not giving an opinion, Dabo. I'm just telling you how limited my exposure is. It's so limited that I can't really have much of an opinion. So basically after knight b1, black more or less has to play d5. I found this e5 move kind of insufficient. That didn't work. I didn't realize that this worked, and now I do. Okay, here's something even better than d5, Abdul. Even better than d5. We go e5 first, and then you play d5 next. And now white can't play e5. And you open the center while the knight's trapped on b1. And this is glorious. E takes d, you put the knight in the middle. This is hanging, I assume they trade it, you take. And now you've got basically a diagram of the dream Sicilian, right? Black's made the d5 break. traded white's good bishop, left him with weak dark squares. Knight on b1 isn't good. There will be play on the c file. Black's way ahead in time. They've played this. These haven't moved yet. I'd give it a big thumbs up. Fisher Seb says take here, and then take the pawn with the queen. Maybe. I will need some square for my queen to make this work out. I grant you that. I might not be able to work this out. But I might also be able to work it out. Maybe you've got a3 here. I don't know for sure. Let's try something like this. Oh, there's also c5. Queen c5. There is c3 David. Okay. This looks pretty good. All right, so he grabs the pawn. Let's give check. And then trade. That's right. Check to the miserable king. All right. This is turning into a real fight, this variation here. Maybe king b1. White wins, says Fisher Seb. Well, at least I found the right move. But I didn't realize that white wins. I had not yet recognized that victory was so close at hand. White wins. Seb did some calculation. Aren't you getting crushed? Well, I don't know yet. You just calculated it a lot faster than I could. You'll have to wait for me to catch up. Feels like, yeah, white's rooks are getting to the game faster than black. There's some lines that are complicated, but I don't really trust what's happening here from black's perspective. Right, like stuff like this. I guess here I could trade and maybe I get castled in time. There's this knight check, which is hard to assess. Yeah, it's a very bad game by me, I think, Fisher Seb. From Copper State International long, long ago. I don't remember much about it other than that I played really badly. And I think he played really, really quickly, which unsettled me. He like just blitzed all his moves. The endgame's winning for white here? Why would you trade queens? That's relieving my issue. That's relieving Mr. Pishu's issue. You can blitz. Yeah, fair enough. Does seem like you might be better. All right. Let's go look at what they've got, because some moves are coming in. Even with the bishop on e3, she didn't go for d5. So Elise completely disagrees with me about the position, as well as about using time to think about the moves. So we don't really know if she thought if she would disagree with me about d5. What a move to not even consider. So rook b8 is played what? As like an option for defending this pawn. Dilemma wonders about a5 as a way to defend it and, you know, continue storming. Oh, hey, Grantix. Yeah, sorry, somebody asked earlier and I got distracted. Well, not distracted. There were so many questions, I can't answer every question. The painting in the background is a painting that my mother made based on me describing to her what chess dreams were like for me. Yeah, thank you. I used to have, when all day long I was just doing chess, you know, I would have lots and lots of dreams about chess. And I would wake up in the morning with new opening analysis. This was before computer engines, when people would think up their opening ideas, you know. So I would go to sleep and I'd wake up in the morning with some new idea about some line in the molar attack in the Italian opening or something like that. And I'd have thought of a few variations while I was sleeping, and I would go and set it up on a board and try out the variations and write them down in a little notebook by hand and all that. But the greatest chess dream was probably the time when I played a whole tournament in the course of a night, you know. 6 or 7 rounds of classical chess, and I woke up in the morning and I remembered all the games. I'd played a bunch of, all against, real players, masters from the U.S. who I knew, including Walter Brown. So, how do you get chess dreams? You want chess dreams, Dabo? Oh yeah, I won the tournament, Mahogi. I won the whole tournament in my dream. All your chess dreams are just getting forfeited? I used to sometimes have like dreams that I was sleeping in and arriving at the board late. I never arrive at the board late. I've never played Fischer. No, my dreams were very, very realistic, Abdul, Like it was like playing a normal Western class championship or something like that here in the US. Like exactly the people you would normally face. It wasn't just like, oh, round 1 you beat Magnus, round 2 you beat Caruana, round 3 you beat Naka kind of thing, It was a collection of, 2,300 players from around here who I know. I didn't win every game or anything. They were fights back and forth, and it felt like each game lasted 6 hours, though obviously there's no way I wasn't asleep 42 hours, right? I was asleep like 7 or 8 hours. Yeah, Grantix, with the angles and the discombobulation, what I'd explained to my mom was that for me in many of my chess dreams, not this particular tournament dream that's really complicated I was just telling you guys about, which was much more naturalistic and more about like me sort of sitting at the board the whole time. It was all from, my point of view, sitting and looking at the board game by game. But a lot of my chess dreams where I'm sort of thinking about openings and analyzing things, it's like they're going in all directions. The pieces are flying off here and there, and ideas are coming and going. So it should come across discombobulated. So rook b8 grabs the a pawn, yeah, which a5 would not have done, right? And here comes the g pawn. This is now the live position. I just caught up with it. It depends on how good you are, host of Mahogi. Right? A beginner can make progress with a few minutes a day, maybe, right? And then an intermediate player, 1,200, 1,300, maybe an hour a day. And then at some point, for me, 2 hours a day is maybe barely maintenance. Not enough to improve. Looks like Elise stopped and thought for a bit, not totally pumped maybe about dropping the pawn in this move coming in. She castles now. The maneuver that she did that really beat me in our most recent game was she brought the bishop here and just anchored everything. So here we have to ask ourselves, what if her opponent tries this? Presumably she intends bishop e4 since she knows about this maneuver. And then what are we looking at? Maybe takes. And knight takes one of these, and... Huh. It looks playable for both sides to me, right? So bishop e4 doesn't lose. It's probably the intention, but it also doesn't lose for white, so that means white could consider bishop c4. It's a candidate move. Yeah. Nice, MDD. Congratulations to you. Good work. Okay, Abdul thinks that position I suggested is bad for white. I couldn't tell. I don't even know if black should take on e4 or g4 in that line I gave, right? So here, maybe knight g4 is even more effective. I don't know. Harassing these squares doesn't let the queen take over like this. But potentially rook g1 asking you to do this, right? And then the knight comes out. Again, that's just one move. There's so many things white could do next here. G5, queen e2, supporting the bishop. The obvious question, why not g5? Okay. Yeah, I mean, g5, certainly a candidate move. Presumably black plays here in order to head in here next. I guess it's not the only option. Maybe the knight can also go this way. I feel like black would have wanted to play d5 before this happens, though. So, yeah, maybe g5 makes sense. Okay, sorry, I'm being told bishop c4 here. So now we do the same thing. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about this knight too, Kevin. That thing's a problem. A big old problem. This feels a little awkward for white. Very hard to get the knight out. If we move the queen somewhere, you know, black's going to be playing rook c8 in a moment, and then we can't play knight d2 and block the second rank. I haven't done a private lesson in a while, Grantix. It's been a while since I've done any private lessons. The last lessons I did were just some one-offs for people in the Dojo program who, you know, just give them a little bit of a profile. Yeah. D5. So what did white do? White played h4 and gave Elise one more tempo, and she jumped on d5. So no g5 for white. Yeah, h4 may have been a step too slow. After d5, though, I mean, what happens on d4, I guess? If pawn takes, then pawn takes hits the queen. Queen takes, bishop takes. Still complicated and playable. White gets the anchor. And it's still up a pawn. Or, other choice for white would be to move the bishop. Then white's given up a lot. Does black have to go d4? Is there another move here? Not really that I see. I mean, there's room to think harder and more creatively than I'm now doing at this hour, but it's not obvious to me how de4, knight e4 would provide compensation for a piece sack. Oh, maybe knight e4. I forced myself to be a little more creative, right? So knight e4, fe4, and then d4. Aha. And if the bishop retreats, bishop e4, hitting the rook. And this is pretty imposing. However, we don't yet have rook c8. This comes here hitting our bishop. And I think it was cool, but maybe not good. Okay, that's a good suggestion. Two-way street. Very messy. Very messy. Etc. Who knows? Who knows? So that's an interesting line. I mean, relevant to the game. The live position is black's played d5 and white's thinking. I mean, g5, knight e4. It's not a stretch. It's relevant. This is a classical Sicilian Grantix, and white used an approach to it that's called the Richter-Rauser attack. I think that's named after two different players, Richter and Rauser, who both used this approach for white. So here, I'll just show you the sort of starting setup. It looks like this at the beginning. White played this unusual bishop e2, and then this knight c6 move, which generally helps black because the bishop on d7, not great. And then I think Elise got very casual because white had played, two subpar moves. And in the Sicilian, the open Sicilians, when white plays one or two, they don't even have to be bad moves, right? There's one or two moves that aren't gunning for you, that aren't putting tremendous pressure. Often things just become amazing for black really quickly off, just the slightest little wastes of time by white. So I think Elise got probably pretty comfortable here. Like, I'm kicking the knight to b1. I must be so much better. And then gave up this pawn, and then it's not so clear that we're killing white, and we are down a pawn, so we've got some proving to prove. Now black sees the chance to play d5, and white's deeply calculating, do I trade on d5 or can I throw in this g5 move probably? At baseline, if you trade on g5, the position doesn't look great, but it's also not busted either. I mean, if you have to, you could retreat the bishop or even leave it there. With the h-pawn, I don't see any real bishop g5 threats coming, so it seems like you could just drop back and just keep playing and d5 is a big accomplishment for black, but white's still up a pawn and hasn't lost anything. Whatever this is, chess.com unfortunately doesn't have a specific classical rating. They only have rapid. And I think the ratings are normally, for most rating levels, they're about 200 to 300 points overrated compared to, over the board ratings. But as you get up over 2,000, I think how much they're overrated decreases because there's just less and less strong people playing at those levels. And when I've watched some top chess.com tournaments last year, like the Rapid Chess Championships, the Global Chess Championships, those things, it looked like the best players in the world were rated about 2,700. So there was really minimal inflation on their ratings. Okay, so trade happened. Okay. Yeah, most top players play blitz, and there's not like tons and tons of people playing serious rapid chess online, right? I mean, 10 to 15 minute time controls I think are really popular among lower rated players, but top GMs are usually playing 3-minute chess when they're online. Hi, Fairy Tale. Welcome. I see what you mean, Abdul, in that long variation, yeah. Yeah, I think actually that could be part of it, viral stigma, is that if you waste 5 minutes of your time playing against an engine, big deal, it's one of 10 games that you play, and you play 9 other games. If you get into a classical game, you play 2-3 hours, and then your opponent's computer cheating, you've wasted, so to speak, a lot more of your time. So yeah, I think that is definitely a factor in it. By the way, folks, in case I get too tired to mention it or remind people, we've got a rapid tournament tomorrow morning. I mean, for me, it'll be tomorrow morning. For you, it might be tomorrow night, or who knows. But 9 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central European time zone. We've got a Dojo Rapido. And for those on Twitch, here are links and stuff, and that's the command you would use tomorrow to find those tournaments and join them if somebody wants to. G5 played, rook develops. Man, Elise is keeping up a blistering pace here. Decides not to rush knight takes bishop, which says she doesn't particularly feel that the bishop's much better than the knight now that it found this square here. Yeah, Fairy Tale. In the old days, people who played the Dutch and French often played e6 on move 1. It's a little bit of a forgotten move order, but it used to be quite common, actually, in 1910, 1920. Why couldn't black go for knight c3, Dabo was wondering. Already here instead of rook d8? You want to see what this would do? I think Simon Williams might still do that, viral stigma, yeah. Okay, so let's just have a look at this to help calibrate. So knight sack. And white looks okay to me in this version, right, Dabo? So now let's see in the game position. Rook d8, queen e2, now maybe knight c3. Let's have a look. Now the queen can't take on c3, so if we clean up this pawn, it's mate in one. Chess.com didn't even want me to show a position that gross. And otherwise, black's probably threatening rook takes knight, king takes knight, queen b8, winning the game. So if you move the knight, you lose to bishop a3. If you don't move the knight, you lose to rook b1. If you... I think there's nothing to be done, Dabo. Okay, but we can try harder, but how forced was that? You go knight c3. I mean, white's queen is attacked, and I don't know if everyone's going to agree with me on what's humorous. If the queen moves away, rather than taking the rook, you could go knight a2, smothered mate. So if we're threatening all of these things, it's not like there's 100 moves white could play, right? So white's got to take the knight, whether with pawn or with knight. If you take like this, I thought it would be even worse than taking with the pawn. Let's see. You still can't take. That's mate. Can you push? That's the important question. Can you push? Threatening check and mate. Resource bishop c1 in case of this. And white resigns, right? The bishop's gone because mate is coming. So b3 looks like it should lose to queen a5. Yeah. Greetings, Min and Raiders. GM Min. Thank you for the raid and welcome, everybody. We are watching Friday night fights. Dojoers dueling. This was originally a Richter Rouser Classical Sicilian. Elise just played b3. I saw no answer to Dabo's suggestion of knight c3 for white. Just nothing. This move seems to just trash white's king. Wait, we didn't even try playing rook d8 check to reduce the material. I'm sorry. That was really feeble attempts at stopping the threat. Let's rook d8. Cut off with the queen. Let's keep the king cut off in all directions. Less sound now. Less sound now. Why not bishop c4 followed by bishop c4 to b3? Okay, sure, we can try that. I mean, note that what I just did survived, but you want to do it this way. And now we're one bishop b3 away from feeling pretty snuggly. So against rook b1, queen b6, we're going bishop b3. Queen A5 here. Check. Here. Check. King just wanders along. Hard to tell. Okay, so there's some defensive resources against knight c3. It's not necessarily a crusher. Let's check out Elise's choice. Oh. Maybe the idea is to reach smothered mate on a2 through a safer square. Like white's thinking, but okay, the most obvious move would be to take this way versus this way. Maybe this way is fine. Let's see. Maybe we can check it faster. Check. Escape. That's not safe. Okay. So I think you can't take here because of this, hitting the queen. So AB3. Viral's asking about maybe rook B3. Yeah, maybe. We'll start with this though. Knight B4 threat is mate. Oh, now white's got C3 square. But this move double attacks the bishop and queen a1. So this still wins for black. Bishop d3, king d2 maybe? Hard to believe. So hard to believe. Threatening to take here. Keep an eye on the knight, so king e1, you can't flee. Rook b1. Okay, hang on, let me see. Did I miss something there? Rook b1. Yeah, Steve Nash. Thank you. Here, and just take all these pieces. I was looking at something way more complicated. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so B3, white's still thinking. And... whew. My brain is starting to shut down, which is an interesting thing a chess player needs to learn how to fight against, right? That like sometimes you reach a level of fatigue and your brain just wants to stop, and you ideally would like your brain to keep going for a couple more moves, just one or two final calculations, close out the game. Your brain starts resisting. You're like, think of something. And it's like, oh my God, just play a move. Oh, you just played a game, bestie? Good. Good for you. I don't think that we saw your game, no. Do you have a bestie or a Boots-related chess.com handle? I'm sorry to hear the word embarrassed, you know. It's not a happy word. Bestie boots. Fairly easy to find or recognize. Well, you shouldn't be embarrassed, really. I guess I felt that a couple times after a game that went particularly badly. But, yeah. Oh, happy. Well, that's very different. Great. Great. Just getting out there playing is really good, right? Okay. There we go. Does white have moves other than a takes b3? So we discounted cb3, bishop b5, check. We looked at ab3. Is there another move here? Something like this. Takes. Ouch. If queen takes, knight e3. If king takes, maybe some pinning should be good enough. Let me calculate for 1 second here. Is that the best? I guess it's good enough. Takes. The queen can't take because of knight e3 again. Then here. Now some options. Knight e3, queen e3, queen c4 is one. Maybe. Just getting exhausted is good. Getting exhausted is good. Why not a b3, rook b3? We can look at that viral stigma. I'm just looking if there's any other move for white other than a takes b3 right now. I'm just looking for any other candidate moves. And I came up with this move, which doesn't look like it should work, right? But it still needs to be refuted. Something's happening in the game. A takes b3 has just been played. So there won't be this bizarre line. If you've just played a game, Hosta, that's good. You can stop on one. You could always play another one another day. Is rook takes knight a thing? Interesting question. Maybe knight b4. I just kept thinking about deflecting the queen and stuff, and I was not looking at this move at all. There's mate. Strangely, on king c1, the queen's now defending a2. Ay. Must we play a creepy move? Just a little this, headed for here. Maybe that's it. Let's have a look at the game. White took, and Lisa's thinking here. Stigma's been telling us to take like this. And now we're getting a justification for the rook sack. We're saying c takes, check, hitting the queen. Queen c2, the only way to save the queen and the king. Takes, takes, check. King c1. With bishop a6 to follow because the rook's defended. So you go here, here, here. With a bishop pair against a rook and a b-pawn. Yeah, that should be good for black. I mean, it's not super instantly easy because there is the outside passed pawn, and I don't know, the first few things I'm looking at are not that easy. So there's rook b3, and there's knight b4 we looked at before as well. What had we seen as the defense to knight b4? I remember looking at knight c3, queen a5 as being losing. What else did we look at after knight b4? Oh, literally the only move we found for white so far was knight c3, queen a5, and then we lost. So we still must ask ourselves in the current position, which is here, if Elise plays knight b4, what's the defense? The threat is knight a2, mate in 1, to be clear, for anyone who doesn't remember. Hi, Psy Guy. Welcome. c3 creating square for the king in case of check. Cool. Knight c3, we lost to queen a5 stigma, hitting the bishop on a6 and going queen a1 and queen takes b2, and the king didn't escape. So c3 takes, 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 takes. One option, right? Oh, Lisa's just made a move. I'm curious, what does she do? Rook takes b3. Viral Stigma's move. Wow. Rook takes b3. All right, so we looked at c takes b3 for a bit. It was seemingly a better endgame for black. We didn't look at anything other than cb3. What else can white do? Black's kind of threatening the bishop on e3, I guess. And also has moves like knight b4 still in reserve. Well, the other reason Viral Stigma would be that you would say b3 was sort of a clearance move, and after knight b4 you hit this weak spot, you hit this piece, and you're sort of mating the king just about with knight a2. So it's very challenging as well. And in the c3 line, you'll see that I, was doing quite well for black. Here. It seems like it's also good, but rook b3 is the choice. Elise is about to be an hour ahead on the clock, so white is really putting in a lot of work on this game. Bishop f3, queen a7. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That might save white. Okay, Unagi Don is wondering about CB. So the line we had before Unagi was here, check, hitting the queen, queen here, check, check, here, check. Then I played king c1 so that knight takes rook wouldn't be check. And then we played here. And presumably like this for white, right? So bishop pair, b pawn, rook. Still a bit of a tricky endgame. But that's what we saw. It certainly favors black. You have to play that line. Okay. Does white have anything else to do here? This piece hanging. Bishop d2. Stops the most obvious hops of blacks. There's maybe some kind of knight b4, bishop b4, bishop f3. Baloney. But doesn't have the highest chance of working out. Maybe knight f4 instead? What happened? Bishop d3. That move seems to let black play knight b4 fairly freely. I guess knight b4 traps your rook, so you want to be pretty sure of it before you go for it. I don't know if you can go rook db8 and keep leaving this rook hanging anymore. I don't know if you can give this rook here. You need a real clear tactical whatever here, right? The details have to be just right. So it's on Elise. What would we do? What would we do? So knight b4, pawn takes rook, bishop f3, check is good for black. So knight b4, they can't take the rook. Maybe knight c3. Yeah, these are difficult complications for sure. I did a really long, interesting line and then couldn't remember how I got to it. Well, the rook can find many things to sack on depending on how you want to do it, archetype. The rook has simply retreated here. So she decided not to trap it in there. Interesting. I feel like I found something good for black, and then it was so many moves long I couldn't remember how I got to it anymore. That would have been an unpleasant feeling if I were playing this game instead of commentating it. It was bad enough as a commentator. Rook b b8. Wow. Okay, so white gets a move to defend. Obviously, all the files are still open, and knight b4 is kind of looming. But there's a whole move to defend, and it's been 2 or 3 moves in a row that black could play knight b4. It looked scary, and we didn't see a clear kill, and Elise didn't go for it. Is it crazy for white to just play bishop h7 here? Yeah, your position doesn't really look like you're going to have a checkmate, does it, Viral? I think you definitely want to put up stiff resistance here as white. You want to defend yourself, because look where your pieces are, right? They're all around the king, and it has 2 connected pass pawns in front of it. So you want to, I think you want to defend the area. You're not really poised for a killer attack just yet. So you're saying, yeah, it doesn't look like an attack, but you think white's just going to lose, so make black twitch. I think here's the thing. It's actually harder for black to win if you play tough defense and you force them to find a brilliant combination than if you throw something completely random at them and they have to find 1 or 2 obvious defensive moves. You know, when you start playing bishop h7 and g6, in this position, it doesn't seem that challenging to find the right moves for black. Whereas if you just hold your position, you know, bishop e4 or something, and you make your opponent calculate a bunch of variations like this, they could find that more difficult, more tiring. We just got the move h5, by the way, so going for g6, I think, or even, as you say, bishop h7 and then g6 as a follow-up, trading a pawn. So where's the bread? Didn't really see a clear threat for Elise against the king and didn't even spend a move on defense. And frankly, we hadn't seen a clear threat for black either. Your opponent blocked you, Goat Mamba? What's going on? That's not the normal level of sportsmanship we find here in the dojo. H5, just going for it. Show me what you got. Wow. Impressive. Impressive from the bread. The bread seeker. The seeker of bread. The one searching. Viral stigma. You think rook b2 was already working? Is that the idea? Wow. I mean, we sacked so much to rooks that it's still kind of close, right? After you take the queen, it's still hard to actually say for sure who's winning or losing this. Funnily, you can go check, and the king probably can't run because of queen a5 or bishop b4. The king would have to come back. You know, and it doesn't seem like we have quite enough there. So I think we have to take the queen. But then, I mean, we don't know who's better. Oh, maybe we can figure it out. Check. If king here, then check and mate. King here. Check. So he can't get out of the way. Here. Ay, ay, ay. It feels like this king should be mated, right? He stepped too far forward. Maybe threaten like this. Here. Here, here. Something like this, catching up. Someone's saying queen d5 is correct. I looked at queen d5 too. But I hadn't figured out the next step. But I think here we actually won. Bishop b2 threatening mate. Basically nothing to do. Oh, maybe the bishop to get a flight square. And then here, cutting the king off. Yeah. Okay, what else could have happened after rook b2? Well, you gotta take it. If you go to the a file, then queen a5 wins. Huh. Wow. Viral stigma. Maybe you found the thing. I mean, I'm 2 minutes too late for Elise, who'd already moved. But those bishops cutting off the flight squares were gorgeous. It was pretty funny. Boy, this was killer. Rook b2, check. You have to have that flexibility of mind to see the second rook sack. And, you know, if king here, it's pretty simple. Just check. Wow. I mean, maybe they looked at this. Maybe we're missing something. There's been a couple moves in the game, so I want to go... Or there's been at least a move in the game, so I want to go show it. But this move looks really strong. Wow. All right, rook b8. h5, knight e3, queen e3, queen b7, threatening here and here. b2 pawn's got to be defended. I think, yeah. That would be my choice. My choice would be to defend the b pawn, give up f3 and an exchange, and play g6. So I'm thinking b3, bishop f3, g6, basically. Does that make sense? And that's a mess. That's a mess. It's a two-way street. Seems to be what we're kind of headed towards. Queen b7 played. Where's the bread? Playing a bit slowly in the face of at least playing super fast. Go right back. Let me pack away the nuts real quick. Queen b7. Instead of b3, queen e5. Okay. Queen e5 here. It could be bishop takes f3, Abdul. It could be bishop g5 check. Queen g5, queen b2, king d2, king on the run. It could be queen e5, bishop d6, and see if the queen has a good square to cover f4 and b2. So queen e5, bishop d6, you have to go queen d4, then maybe bishop takes f3 or bishop a3, forcing a queen sack, or bishop g3, just trying to keep deflecting the queen off of the squares. Yeah. Queen e5, bishop d6, queen d4, bishop g3 looks right. You're saying if bishop f3, h6, and we must resign as black. I see your point. Maybe so. Oh, and Stigma says queen e5, rook d5. Interesting move, trying to force through bishop g5. Yeah, all right, let me pack these up. Come right back. this here. Queen b7, sacked the b pawn and kept the rooks. That king looks like it's in trouble. I mean, you couldn't go this way because of mate with the d-file cut off, right? So if you really wanted to defend the f-pawn, yeah, there was no good way, really. I mean, I would almost rather ignore both and just throw g6 or something. But something about passively defending f3 gives black a lot of time to go on the attack here. King runs to get off of this to defend the bishop. So there was almost no way to do it. This is leaving the knight undefended. What else could be done? If the king goes this way, you can take the bishop and the pawn's still pinned. You can also take the pawn and the bishop's pinned. Yeah, and black just has an extra bishop now. Wow. So Abdul thinks queen e5 was the more interesting move, the one Abdul had suggested back here. Yeah, it certainly looks more like mixed fighting, and Abdul had the idea that against bishop f3 there'd be h6, you know, king here, and suddenly white is striking. Right here, king g6, queen f6, checkmate. King g8, rook h8, mate. So definitely this move here has a messier feel. But Stigma wanted to go rook d5, and when the queen moves check, when she goes somewhere like c3 to defend this, then you go check, the knight has to block, and then you come back. You sort of two-step your way, and b2 goes down. Is there any chance queen b3 is defending anything? No, it's just not possible. Eventually you have to give way to all these pieces. Black's just got so many active pieces. Holy mackerel. Yeah, Stigma, your rook d5 is really good. I mean, I didn't look too hard because I thought my move was crushing too. Just poke the queen, try and land one of these two things. You know, here. She finally gets deflected here. But it's true that in my version, I can't finish it off. I just thought, okay, we've trapped the king and tied up the pieces. Your version was More brutal than this, because the bishop could come here right away. Much more brutal, actually. Much as I liked this. I think your version was much better, probably. Okay, so in the game, it's just kind of slaughter now, I imagine. Wow, she doesn't even play queen d3 to trade queens. Threatens mate, wins more stuff. Oh my god. Gross. And that is the violence of a sharp sword. Elise is a very dangerous calculator. I have had my king in this position at least 3 times against Elise, just wandering around, getting checked and thrashed in all directions. So I know this feeling well. Folks, that is going to be the end of my coverage for today.